Hello and good night. Hey Jay, welcome to YouTube. Hold on, I need to catch up on everybody's messages. Hello? We're here. Hello? That is my VTuber. My gosh. Today has been a crazy Friday. Well, this has been a crazy week though. Completely. There. Okay, people, so let me catch up now on the messages. First on Twitch. Let me see what's going on. And hello. Hi, Sarua. Welcome in, how are you? Long time no see, Nuna. I hope you're doing well. Yes, I am doing well. Hi, Drizzle. Welcome in. Yes, Drizzle is here. I'm doing good. How about you? Hi, Bozy. Hello, Sakura. Sakura. Is it still like, are you still having earthquakes? I guess you told me still a few in Japan. 195 stream streak with earthquake and everything. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much. Okay, people, listen to me. Tonight, we have a very important thing to do on Art Nights Endfield. Which is finish the main story with our dear administrator. So listen to me. I don't know why I am burnt out in Enfield. I mean, I get like burnouts by game at this point. Oh my gosh, I need to catch up on, hold on YouTube, I forgot. Hello, Jay, finally able to catch the streams. Hello, how was your first week, Jay? Back to your regular routine. Hi, Laila. I updated my user. Okay. Yeah, but at least you kept Laila. My problem is when everybody changes their entire user and then I don't know who they are. And they expect me to know, but well. Okay, also Teresa hates Androni and wants nothing with her. Oh my gosh, why? A sad fact about Teresa long time ago. She lost her daughter by hunters. Oh, but she's friends with Cynthia. That is cool. It was awesome. Okay, I'm glad that it was awesome. I don't know how I'm going to cope next week, that I go back to my normal routine, but we will see. Okay, so as I was saying, I am burnout with Enfield. Usually when the main quest comes, like I do everything. No, I haven't done nothing. And I have a bunch of quests. Do you guys, oh my gosh, I forgot my water. Let me see if I can get my daughter to get it for me. Hold on. I mean, she never finds. I have this tumbler and I just drink water in that tumbler. And if the tumbler doesn't show up, it's kind of difficult. I don't think she's gonna find it, but so I want to see if I can at least finish this. I don't know how long is it. That's, to be honest, if any of you had done it. Let me see how long this is it. Na, 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 na. I don't know how long is it. Okay, 15 steps and I am in step number 4. I don't think it's gonna happen in one night, but we're gonna try. We are going to try. Oh, I said that I was gonna hold on. That I was gonna turn off the auto high. There. Okay, guys, give me a second. Okay, I had to get another tumbler because this is, I'm gonna use that one. Good vibes only, because I cannot find mine, so I'm not gonna discuss with the universe. If the universe wants to take my tumbler, it's gonna take it. Hi Becky, how are you? Okay, so that's the idea. The idea is well, get here, which I don't know. How am I supposed to get there? Clean. Okay, so I guess from here, right? There. Oh, I'm here. How are you feeling? I'm feeling good. Well, uh, eh, not at my 100%, but I'm doing good. I just feel that the medication makes me a little bit bloated and like a little bit tired. But I'm doing good. Here we go. Once again, let me make sure that my inventory is empty. Let's go. Na 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 na. There we go. Hey, hi, how are you?
Huh? A powered raft? Here?
So it's so hot down here that
our way into the underground channels of Yingling Pass. After the environment of the North Wuling exclusion zone worsened, the surface of the Easy has become unsafe. The raft will bring us there. It's faster.
An artificial water channel beneath the marker stone.
10 years ago, the Tianshu dredged the underground river to repurpose Yingling Pass. It is now part of the pass's defensive system.
I don't know who told these people that it was 28 Celsius. I swear the weather.
No one on duty. This isn't normal.
Channel or whatever. It's not okay. It's not doing okay. Oh, I hope you get better soon. Hey, hi Hawkmoth. Now I show Green Giant. How are you doing? Oh, it's so good. Oh, it's Hawkmoth Wallet. I mean, Wallet, you change your username like 1,000 times a day, I swear. I don't know how you guys can keep up with everyone's. Ah, I forgot about this butterfly. What? Where are they? Are they? Oh my gosh, they are here.
High threat hostile detected. Stay alert.
Why are these guys so pissed off? I go down there and I don't know, fight them.
Time to fight. No escape.
What do you mean I'm frozen? You know what? Why am I frozen? Stupid enemy. Somebody kill this thing. That's the thing that's feeding him. Oh my gosh, this is so hard. You know, a lot of people tell me, oh no, you know, I'm sorry what I'm about to say. I know I have skill issues, so maybe is one of those skill issues, but I feel that my Rosy does better damage than this thing. Finally. What the hell? Wait a minute, did my word level went up or something? I'm not sure because... This is crazy. Is that... You know what? Let's get out of here. Oh my gosh. I can't. It's not allowing me to escape this stupid monster.
Awesome! Can we do it again?
Nice job.
I honestly feel end or leave combat. How do I end combat? End combat. I'm gonna have to die here.
This feels like a real fight. Preparing tactical support.
I wanna leave combat, but it's not allowing me to leave combat. Let's go, women. Let's get out of here. Oh my gosh, it killed. I'm telling you that I swear. First of all, let me see. Did my word level increase? No, it didn't. Something is going around here. Then this thing. Yeah, it's like, why did it kill? Hold on, I need to.
For a real brawl.
Endman, I added a new module to the
Well,
apparatus.
I need to level up the weapon, but the word level is. Perhaps open. But anyways, I believe it has nothing to do with this. Let me see. Level. I don't know. I have the feeling, and the other day something similar happened to me. You're going for the cute new idol girl coming out in a couple of days? No. I wish, but I don't have enough auto barrels to make pulls. I just have like 16,000. I need to solve this because I have a problem right now. Let me check. Team.
How about a refreshing cup of tea before heading out?
If there's a fight, I'm in.
She's disconnected. Oh my gosh, I need to save her. Gonna have to go back. The dumb waypoint. Which is here to heal everybody.
Come on, I'm still good to go.
Okay, so there's something seriously wrong.
We're better Forge teammates, right?
Which I need to figure out.
Are you
Like,
looking for my
right now.
company?
Well,
We're
the
better
something
Forge
seriously
teammates,
wrong could
right?
be me.
Here.
Like,
Flying Miss Messenger got a special letter for you.
Endman, I added a new module to the Tiesher apparatus. Shall we see
Because
how
I
it
think-
performs?
there. I think. Hold on. That was not the team that I had. I think my husband changed it, but I can't remember. What are the teams for her? The team. I can't find the team. But I don't think that was the team that I had. Na 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 na.
With each new thing I learn, I realize ever more keenly that my knowledge is but a drop in the ocean.
What do you mean, dear Lord? This protoedron thing, I tend to forget about, but that's not it, you know? I have the feeling something is missing here, and I don't know what is it. I think Fanji thrives with Perlica on her team, but Mifu thrives with Chen on her team. I think,
For a real bro.
as I say, I don't think this was the team that I had. I honestly feel that maybe it was that I had Perlica over there.
Leading this up yourself? Not bad.
All operators accounted for. The team is ready for the mission. All operators accounted for.
Let me
The
just...
team is ready for the mission.
Why did I have...
Operator
Perlica though?
Perlica, standing
I don't
by.
understand. She's fine. Well, whatever. We can go back and try with Perlica. Because I don't think I had Mifu over there. I haven't used Mifu ever. So I find it very weird. Now we're gonna have to do this all over again. I think that was it, you know? Hey, hi Shippy, how are you? Welcome to YouTube. Don't wanna fight that thing again. But we should try and see if maybe we can defeat it now. Should I give it a shot?
High threat hostile
Stupid.
detected. Stay alert.
High threat hostile detected. Stay alert. Well, if I die... Oh, do you know what is the only problem? I'm gonna have to go all the way back. No. We're gonna come here. That's not very smart of me, but... Is this solidified thing that's killing me? Entropic reddition. I don't even know what that is, but well, oh my gosh. The things that a person do.
Outstanding technique. Impressive.
Ready to support.
My gosh.
Commence L7.
Ah, Chongli's daughter. This enemy is very difficult. Doesn't matter. Ah.
Ready to support.
Much better.
Hot support ready. Exemplary combat.
Ah, Nuna, don't die.
If we never give up, you
People,
never really lose.
we did it.
All
We
injuries.
killed that monstrous
Defensive
thing.
formation.
I'm almost dead, but we did it. I remember when I first came here, I always acted...
Difficulties were worth their while.
Okay, like this. Nobody look at me. We did it. Okay, let's get out of here. I made that thing pay for whatever it did to me earlier on. Okay, let's go. We didn't even have to come this way, but well. Oh wait. What is that crate anyways? Okay, Nuna. Trust the process, go back. No, we'll go this way. And let us get the waypoint. No, 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 no. Warning. Yes, thank you for the warning. Let's just do this. I need to heal myself. But I killed it.
Never hesitate to take a break.
I guess it was the Mifu thing over there doing nothing. I needed my daughter Perlika. I mean Perlika. Nobody can convince me that Perlika is not the best 5-star in this game.
This is very impressive.
We're here.
This is very
The quarantine line
impressive.
of the
Well,
exclusion
yes,
zone.
it is. I
The
hope we don't
bastion
have to
of
fix anything.
Yinglong Pass.
Do you remember Hagmoth? What was your username when you came in? Keep advancing. Do we have a keep advancing thing? Drizel, by the way, thank you so much for telling me that it was Perlica. But I was quite sure that the team was not, well, at least I was sure that the team was not. No, I was lost. Didn't know what character it was, but I knew. You know what? Wait a minute. Do I have to hang around with those things?
Use my authority level to create a path.
I don't like heights. Hello, Janto. Welcome in. I don't know even if I suck at remembering. I don't know. I don't remember it either. Okay, so we killed it. We killed the devilish. Thing. Okay, we seem to be going the right way. I just hope I don't die. I don't want to die anymore. Yinglong Pass was not good to me. Nuna arrived and then this enemy killed me.
They're a small force, but strong enough.
Why do they
face
have to
the
put
zone.
red?
And she should be arriving soon.
Red lights. It makes me believe that I'm in danger. Maybe I am, but maybe that's the whole purpose. I don't know why. You know, this is. You know, you have been a gacha player when you kind of sense where the chests are going to be.
Wait, look at the gate.
We've got a
Why is
switch.
that guy
On your toes.
running?
Formation! Cloak the blind miasma!
Why are they waiting in their phases? How can they see?
You're back, Captain. And greetings, my Endfielder.
I'm in love with the design of the clothes in this game.
Blight activity has spiked. The blight miasma has begun to approach the pass. With the wrist cuffs, the Yinglongs will hold out for 1 to 2 hours.
Where's the proxy?
Something happened outside. She went looking for the source of the miasma.
Understood. I'll take it from here.
Roger, men. All units, command has been transferred to Task Leader Arcane.
Given your current state, you sure about this?
As long as I stand, there's no question about that. All Yinglongs, spread out in teams of 3.
I am
Set
building
list
my
of the hub and
arcane, but I
execute
haven't
action plan
finished.
B.
I should have.
Overflow. Sync the depth
She
readings
should.
every minute.
I mean,
Summit. Take 2 men and
I
run the emergency patrol route. Then use
should
Skyforce
have
to photograph
built
the blight
her
miasma
by
in
now,
sync.
but I
Our
haven't done
primary
that.
objective is to contain the
I
blight
am, like,
miasma. It must not interfere
already-
with the mission.
Yes, men. Holler away if things get messy.
Burnout. Trisel, I got the money, so tickets secure. Oh my gosh. I don't know what that matter. I mean, I don't know what that is, but I don't like the way this looks. Arcane, it's a gold. I love her.
An Yinglong?
Are we gonna fight? But what do you mean? We just arrived here. Is this like the welcome committee? You know something I admire about Arcane? I like how the characters in the game and in movies and stuff like that kind of look at each other and they nod with their heads, and it's like everybody is talking this language. If I would have been like, if I'm one of those characters, honestly, and you kind of nod to me, expecting me to understand, then you either tell me what's going on or you're so
Why do
dead.
they show up here? We'll handle these enemies.
These people, why did they...
Not people, they're just enemies.
What do you mean? What?
Commence L7?
Bye, everybody.
Power's low! We won't be able to hold!
I don't like how this looks. Wasn't it supposed to be like 2 hours? Please tell me this is a cutscene and not that Nuna has to fight everybody. Why would you hold a butterfly that it's obviously tainted with something demonic? Why would you hold that? The people on the, I mean, characters on the game have no survival instincts whatsoever. Ooh, a concert! Oh my gosh, I love concerts. Who's this? Ooh, I like her eyes though. What was that odd cutscene, honestly? You're late. Everybody remembers the administrator. You're late.
And
Oh, don't tell me. And you are, I don't remember you. So if we had a relationship or something going on, you gotta refresh my mind.
that little ink spirit? Huh? Did you just call me an ink spirit?
Well, that's what you look like. You are a very odd lady. You're invading my personal space.
The name is Su. Don't forget it again.
Sí, that is like yes in Spanish.
Lady Su, how are things in the exclusion zone?
Oh, Lady C. So basically,
Not
this
good.
woman has some
The
sort
zone
of
is
rank
infested
over
with blight
there.
shades. Blight shades? Oh, like the Yinglong-looking enemies from earlier?
We must act with haste. I suggest we deploy our Yinglongs at once. Push deep into the zone and
Let me
eliminate
tell
the
you.
blight
Hi,
shades to clear out a
Mooney.
path.
How are you?
Eliminate? Sounds like a really
Yes, the concert. Do you have to buy like in advance or
shadow
something?
is only given form by an
And it's gonna be
undesired
good
light.
because it's already like
As
at the
long as
beginning,
the rift
almost the
exists,
beginning of fall,
the
so maybe
evil
the
shall
weather is a
continue to
little
mimic
bit
these
better,
lost
right?
souls.
I wouldn't
You'll
go to a
talk hard,
concert,
your
at
ass
least in
is
my
still
country
insured.
right now. We're burning,
I'll take that.
like, training for hell or something
Yes,
all the
the
time.
Sharonite Nexus. So it's not just memory loss. Your reflexes are slower too.
And you know, that pisses me off. It's like,
I have
shouldn't
to say the
Perlica
Little
or
Trunks really
somebody at
talented.
least tell us everything
This
about the
actually
people we
works.
met, so we kinda don't run into
I
them
just
and
scrolled through
they don't
design.
have pictures of
The
people or
Sharonite
something? You
Nexus
know, this
probably
used to be
won't have
Lady
any
C, you met her, or
My
whatever, blah, blah,
presence
blah.
shall remedy that. I shall prepare a ritual for augmenting the Nexus. Settle affairs and meet me later. Oh, before I forget.
I used to have shoes like that when I was going to school. I love them because they were very comfortable. So my head hurts and I got sick almost at the end of my shift. Oh, I'm sorry. I hope you get better. I have been I was under the weather yesterday or the day before, and I was not feeling so good. What the hell is that? Ardashir. Okay, the fact that you were able to recognize Ardashir in that drawing. Yes, what's
Not
going
bad
on?
For you.
Where did you send him?
Well, it doesn't matter. It's kind of funny.
Designed by me. Strengthened by 1,000 taboos of the scroll. Should be enough to keep the sending misprint in.
You know what? I like
I
her
just can't
already.
stand listening to him talk. It annoys me so much I can't focus. Don't worry. The miscreant asked to be bound and won't be able to move. Go ahead.
The
if you
fact
need to
that
ask him
the
anything.
drawing is so horrendous makes me love her a little bit more.
Ardashir definitely has some valuable information.
The googly eyes
Let me
were
check
a
on Eagle
killer
Pass
over
first.
there.
Then I'll take the Endman to the prison.
It's for a relatively unpopular K-pop group.
A ritual for
K-pop?
augmenting
What
the
K-pop
Sharonite
group?
Nexus. Can it get even stronger? Have faith in the proxy. Let's look for Arcane first.
Unpopular? What do you mean unpopular?
Pass's current status.
Can I search for that crate? Is it nearby? No. It was gonna be... Yeah, like, no. Let's go. Let's continue the story. Another Zondir, yes. It's like, you know, I have to admit that they nailed it with that prison. I need to share the full mods of Cynthia. Please do. Listen. Do you know something that I admire from Arcane? I know, Arcane is a character, you don't have to tell me, but I admire things from the characters that are well written. I think that sometimes we spend so much of our lives searching for like a grand purpose that sometimes we forget meaning, like the meaning can be much smaller. In the case of Arcane, it's like, okay, this is what it is. This is my mission. I mean, fighting all these guys, and I'm doing that even if I'm dying. So, you know, of course that is like a grand meaning in the game, but for us it can be like a quiet moment, or maybe like, I don't know, a place that makes us feel safe. Something we choose to care about simply because it mattered to us. I'm gonna like give you an example of my own life, right? Once I was like in this interview and somebody asked me like, what do you think is, I mean, what is the meaning of your life, the one that you're searching for? And I said, it's to create like a space, a place, a home where peace can always be found. That is for me. I mean, it may sound like something small, but it's like I don't have to be Mother Teresa or something. I don't have to save the world.
YSTF mission logs.
You see, that's what I aim for.
Lee,
Wusi says, like, when I say unpopular, it
the
means
ones
they
called
aren't
blight
putting...
shades, they're an
Well, I
ether
cannot play
phenomenon,
music,
I
but
believe.
Omega X is a very good group.
Yes. It wasn't
Yeah,
too
I'm
long
gonna
after
put
the
a
disaster
picture
when the Yunlongs found them.
for people to see.
Can't you
Let me
regard it as
see.
random incidents that occur when the ether side consumes its victims? They are momentary information fragments. Blight shades were usually sighted deep in the zone. Such
Well, I don't know.
incidents were
Can I
very rare
access
as
my
well.
Instagram from here?
They only mimicked how the victims acted when they were alive.
Well, I don't know if
Like
they
a
are
flashing
popular or
phantom,
not,
they
but
would
I do
dissipate
like
in a few
them.
minutes
I
to
like
half
the
an
way
hour.
they dance, but I didn't know they were having like a concert.
Never seen so many
In the
blight shades
US.
attacking Yunlong Pass.
It feels as though they're trying to escape the zone.
Let me see if I can find a picture of them that I can
Precisely why
put.
we must extract more
on the
intel from
internet.
that artist here. He manipulated rift phantoms at the marker stone and knows how to wield the ether. He might have had a hand in this.
Lady Su said he gave himself up.
My personal
might have
favorite
other
is
plans in
like
mind.
Sabine. I don't know if that's how you
The
pronounce
Yunlong
the
Special
name.
Task Force rarely interrogates prisoners.
Oh,
Most of our enemies aren't people, after all.
I
But this might be a refreshing
have like the
experience.
Instagram account, but let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I can find an image. They're not very old either. This is
All hands, stay alert for orders.
this is the best picture I can get.
Apologies, I was spacing out. Please.
That was,
pardon my
but this
lapse.
is from back. I like using. Can I paste this and how can I show it? I got VIP for the price. I hear K-pop. Let me tell you, my gosh, I got away from Western television. I mean, if you like it, that's fine. But I went far away from Western television and Western music a while ago. So mostly I consume Asian TV from several different countries and mostly K-pop and there's also K-rock, in case you don't know. Like there is like rock and roll, but from Korea there are very good bands that are, you know, hey, hi Roots. Are you kidding me? I love Blackpink and Stray Kids. They were in Mexico and I was so bummed that I couldn't be there. But Stray Kids is one of my favorite. I am an army, so I mean, I'm not ashamed to say it. And well, I guess we got to continue the story if I want to reach that crate. And I have been
Roger. We'll be there at once.
for
The
a
human
while
guarding the
now.
prison told me Ardashir did not resist at all.
Is there a way we can watch the googly eyes again? I mean, that was so big. Oh no, we're gonna see the real thing now.
Administrator.
I don't like this guy, although he's cute. And I think he
Finally
knows
here.
stuff from us, and he doesn't want to tell us. We should show him the googly
At
eyes
last,
picture
a
or
face I
something.
want to see. Many lives I've paid to see you again.
There was
You
such a
brought the stuff into
backstorm.
Wuling and
VIP
paid
gets
my
you the ticket. Skip the line,
I did not
merch,
think
group
Neferth would go
photos,
to
sound
such
check party,
extremes.
high touch, basically handshake, fan sign.
I have already reminded you, Endman.
Oh my gosh. But that's a lot.
A full-scale war has not been declared.
Let me listen to this part. I'm
isn't
gonna
too
tell you. We
late
had
to
this
change your
Korean like festival every year in my country, done by the South
the one
Korean
asking
embassy,
questions.
and I'm gonna tell you.
Forgive my transgressions. Whatever my lord desires to know, I shall present it on a platter of truth. Ask away. Our knowledge does not exceed yours. What we did to the rift was simple. We merely opened it.
But both you and Neferith can wield the ether.
For 10,000 years, from Terra to Talos-II, the Terrans also wielded the Originium arts and developed Originium industry. But can they truly claim to know the nature of Originium? The answer is negative. And there is something I must clarify. As a Terran, I was not born with ether-wielding powers. Hence, forgive me for my unsatisfactory answer. Oh. Do they remind you of my tricks at the Marker Stone? I'm much flattered, Endman. The two are indeed alike. Both are manifestations of ether energy. However, those at the Marker Stone were puppets dancing to my strings. These blight shades are just the victims.
Enough! Blight shades are just blighted illusions. Don't even think about trying to shake us.
I won't. She is of a more extreme disposition. Yet strictly speaking, we are both servants of the same lady. As for our goal of opening the very large rift, I've withheld nothing from you since the beginning. We plan to recreate a path into the ether side, and you will try to stop us.
This guy pissed me
I
off.
promise you
It's
that whatever
official.
I said carries no deceit. It is
Hey,
but my
welcome
sincere
in,
wish
Secret
to make you
Regent.
the Lord of all.
I'm trying to
Only
survive
then will
this
conflicts lose meaning,
main story,
and
or at least
mindless
finish it
violence be gone from sight.
without me dying 1,000
And the
times.
price? More victims to fall?
Something that you of the past cannot afford. But you can change. Can you not?
I guess Ardashir was like a boyfriend or something we left in the past, because there's no way this guy knows like so much,
I sought survival
but doesn't tell us
and found
anything.
you before the end arrived. Once again, I offer you my salutations, Endmen. Are there more questions? Or do you wish to examine my testimonies? No matter.
He looks like Capitano sitting there.
Once you arrive at the very large rift, you will want to see me again.
I have one final question.
One final question.
Foundation?
Did I break your heart in the past? It's like,
The secret is not mine to reveal. Memory has left you, but you shall witness and choose.
no, I'm gonna trust you if you tell me.
The very large rift is so very close, Administrator. It shall confound.
I guess,
Then you shall return
Wallet
to
was
me.
here.
I remain faithful that all dying universes rely upon your arbitration.
What was your
for
question?
survival.
Didn't read it, I'm sorry. What did he say?
Till we next meet.
Can you repeat the question? I can't find it. I don't like him. It's official.
Don't let him affect you.
So, let me tell you, there is this annual, or every 2 years, I guess it's annual, Korean festival here in my country. And, I mean, from South Korea, of course. And we had a group that, if you haven't heard of them, you can try to look for the music. It's called TAN, like T-A-N. Good thing you don't like him. Hey, hi, holy cow. How are you? Welcome in. I don't like him. His attitude is like, if you know something, tell me. I don't know. That thing from the administrator pisses me off. It's like, okay, you're here, you have no memory, everybody knows, but you don't know, and nobody tells you anything. That pisses me off in Wuthering Waves as well. Although the difference is that here the story is better written than in WoWa sometimes.
From that guy's rantings, our Endman seems to be related to the Foundation? Perlica, know anything about that? Perlica?
Oh,
Perlica knows everything.
yes. What is it?
Got any clues about that,
She just doesn't want to
thing?
tell
The
us.
Foundation. According to the earliest records, they appeared on Talos-II during the First Angloid War, though only briefly. They were thought to be some precursor organization.
What? Really? The First Angloid War?
The existence of the Foundation was not recorded in most mainstream historical records. It is shrouded in mystery, but from what I've read, the Foundation should be destroyed by the Endmen and the Heroes of Terra. Though plenty of anchors and Angloid remain in the north, the Order of Steel Oath has not discovered other forms of threat.
So, how is it linked with the Very Large Rift? Wuling and the Aurora in the north are half a planet apart.
I'm not sure myself, but we should cover every base. I will notify our SOW operators and send a message to M3. Time to focus on the current mission. Let's
I
go and
am
talk to Lady
very
Sif and
happy
prepare for
because
the
there's
ritual.
no amnesia on Silver Palace. You cannot imagine. I was getting tired of that amnesia stuff. Listen. Your biases, Jay-chan? Well, there's plenty to choose from. And the tickets were very cheap. And I love Tan, and when I heard they were coming, I was like, oh my gosh, I have to be there. And when I went, it was like me surrounded by late Gen Zs and alphas. I said, I am feeling like an old lady right now. But I was doing all my little glitter on the face, and, I was dressed up. Okay. Listen, I have a theory about this game, okay? Let me tell you. Sometimes I feel, I don't know the lore of the first Arknights. Yeah, but it was a good thing that I did, that I wore comfortable clothes like jeans. It was like in a huge park. So I wonder something like that. But then when I was there, I said, Nuna, you were smart. Because if I would have dressed up in the initial way that I wanted, I was gonna be like the mother of everybody in that place, I swear. There were but you're early Gen Z. I'm talking about the late Gen Zs over there, and there was this bunch of girls next to me, and they were saying ooh, you're a cool Doña, which, by the way, if you ever are in a Latino country and they call you Doña is they're telling you you're an old woman or something along those lines. So they were telling me you're such a cool Doña here, in a K-pop concert. And I was like, why are you calling me Doña? What the heck? It was like an auntie, yeah, but it doesn't sound so cool as auntie, It sounds more like Doña, and I was like, oh my gosh, I was traumatized, And I was like, what do you mean, Doña? Oh my gosh. And then I went with a friend of mine, and the friend of mine was laughing so hard. She was like, we are the couple of Doñas here. I was like, this feels weird. And they were like, no, because they were talking stuff like, this guy has been sending me messages, but I'm not into him because I'm 21, but he's so old. He's 27. And I was like, what do you mean 27 is old? You're killing me here, child. Oh, I have never felt so old in my life. Okay, so here is my Arknights Endfield theory. Okay? I don't know much. Like the song that says, I don't know much, but I know I love you. I like all songs. So it seems there was this war in Arknights Endfield that took place in this place called Talos-II. 1 decade, 10 years after humanity first arrived on Talos-II. I guess Talos-II was another country or something. I don't know. No, we're very young, Woozy. Don't let them tell you otherwise. If you consider yourself old, then I'm like the grandma. So it seems that that war happened between the human settlers and the Agiloi. And those entities are kind of produced by this activity that's called Anchor, right? Well, it was Talosian, but it says that it took place in Talosian. I don't know. That's what I could find on the internet and that I have like on a document. Because since I didn't play the original Art Knights, I don't know much. And it seems that humanity came from Terra through this Aether gate, or like a cosmic gate, establishing its first settlement near the northern gate. This is what these guys are talking about. Then suddenly, anchors began appearing. And anchors can generate Agiloi, and they basically construct them from the surrounding matter. And this Agiloi became like an overwhelming threat. And the northern frontier was destroyed like in 24 hours. This cosmic gate that brought the Terrans into Talos was kind of lost, and the settlers could no longer return to Terra. And this is why, like, the people of Talos, because I was looking like, okay, how did we arrive here, right? Like, not only the administrator, but the entire people in this planet or moon, because it's actually like Talos-II is like one of the moons. And then the people of Talos are not like simply a colony waiting for reinforcement. They became like an isolated civilization. And then the humanity spent like 6-year run-ins, hiding, and they were losing technological capability as they went. And that's kind of essentially what happens. And then the administrator supposedly changed the war. Let me see the question. What is everyone's favorite character I made? Well, mine is Rosaline and Cynthia. Well, Rose, I think it's the name, right? And Cynthia, those are my two favorites. I have always tell you. So the administrator, like the remaining humans in Talos, kind of reorganized themselves and began like a resistance. And they kind of do like a counter-offensive. And at some point, the administrator was the one that was able to kind of save these people. So it is said that in the final battle, the first Originium, or the original Originium crystal brought from Terra through the cosmic gate, was contaminated during that final battle, and this damaged the fundamental nature of the information crystal and degraded its properties. And then at some point we won the war, and the administrator seems to have taken a very important part on us winning the war, right? That's more or less what I have investigated. But now I'm gonna tell you my theory. I feel that the Endfield Corporation is not a good place. This is like my sixth sense talking, okay? I'm not saying that's not necessarily canon, not in the game. This is just like Nuna thinking. You know, like when you have insomnia and you go to bed and you have nothing to think about and you start thinking about, and if you don't do it, please don't tell me you don't do it, because then I'm gonna feel like a weirdo. But it's like when you go to bed and you say, you know, this is a story I'm always fascinated by the stories of the games that I play. So I think about them. I talk about them with my husband, with everybody that wants to listen. And I have a theory that these people are not good, that they are using the administrator, that they are exploiting the administrator because of the administrator power. So I don't know, I have the feeling that they are not good, because it doesn't make any sense that the administrator will or would delete their memories. Like, with what purpose? Because we're not talking about that this administrator lost his memory like
Rest is
as
complete.
a
Let's proceed with the mission.
mistake or something. No, he went into this coma thing in which they already knew the result was losing your memory. So I don't know, sometimes I feel, because of the conversation with Ardashir and the conversation with many other characters, I even feel that Perlika, the information Perlika has and is giving the administrator is actually already tainted. You know, that she doesn't even know also the whole truth.
You really remember nothing.
Yes, but that's what I mean. Like, why we have, it's not reviving, it's like we go into this comatose, they put us to sleep and then they wake up us. And they wake us up. And then the same goes and goes, and this is like a cycle. And now I'm wondering, why are they doing that? I don't know, I guess the administrator at some point understand that Enfield Industries is not doing something good, and he goes against them, and then they capture us, and then they kinda send us back to the beginning or something. Yeah, it's like, why would you wake me up and then don't tell me anything about the past? And the information we gather is very cryptic. And I don't know. I have the feeling there's something fishy with this corporation.
You shall take the Theramite power, then ignite the braziers of the ray in the proper sequence to activate the Biopyre tower. The process will strengthen the power and
like if you see, everybody's telling the administrator, even the enemies, like,
Sounds like
you used to be stronger. You used to be faster. Like
the supervisor personally selected
like
element?
Ardashir is even insinuating, like, oh, you know,
Supervisor of Endfield Industries.
like, but you can always change or whatever. I don't know. He talks in a way as if we were working with him. And if we were working with him, I think that means we were on the other side.
Your task is to carry on the torch. An acquaintance of mine taught this process to HAS. The eternal night shall be purged by torch, just as human weathered the storms. The ritual is probably inspired by a place named Human. There, beacon fires were lit at night to provide warning, the flames burning for centuries.
I honestly feel sometimes
Yeah, I wonder where those two are at right now.
that because if we think what they told us at the beginning, I don't know if you know, like at the very beginning we go through these like bunch of graves, like a lot of people die and the administrator is visually affected by this site. And when we arrive to Talos-II, Talos-II is not an empty new world, you know. Something was already there, and the further humanity pushes into Talos-II, I feel the more it becomes apparent that the planet, you know, the Originium, Aether, the Agiloi, the Ancestor or Precursors, and the Administrator are all connected to a much older conflict, something we know nothing about. I'm guessing that maybe the information is on the original game, the Art Knights. I mean, in the original game, Art Knights. Because the story we're living today, at least that's what I guess, or I understood, right? Talos-II is far in the future of Art Knights. Like humanity originated on Terra, the world we have known throughout the original Art Knights. Eventually, the Terrans discover a way to reach another world through these cosmic gates, or the Aether Gate, and that world was Talos-II. And these first settlers into Talos-II brought the Originium. Because it's like the base of energy, technology, information storage, a medium for arts, etc., etc., etc. But then the people that arrived there kind of lost their way to go back home. And they were stranded. And now we're here, right? And this Originium, I don't know if it was because of it getting tainted or its interactions. 150 years in the future of original Art Knights, exactly, like a bunch of years, right? So now I feel that this Originium is not as good as it should. I don't know if it was tainted or if it has always been like that, because I didn't play the original game. But this magic rock or crystal that gives people powers, the more I play, the more I feel that Originium is actually connected to something more. And if that original Originium was contaminated, as they say, also I have seen people get sick in this game because of the Originium, so I don't know. And now they are saying that the administrator was part of the precursors. And that is kind of crazy because the precursors were an extremely advanced civilization. And they go all the way back before modern Terra. Ah, yes, I love CCC. She's cute. So, I don't know. I feel that the administrator has been around like for centuries. And he's supposedly the one that repeatedly protected civilization from this catastrophic event. But then why the administrator entered this long-term hibernation? And then they awaken again and again and again and nobody tells us everything. There is a glimpse of it in 1.2, but none original players. Oh, can you tell me? Oh, please, please, please tell me if you know information. I wanna have it. I don't mind spoilers or backseating gaming. I love it. So, if you can tell me, I will be so happy. I like her eyes. Something that I really love about this game is the way they design the eyes of the characters. Are very expressive. And the clothes, of course, the clothes.
Conduct the power of this area and keep it flowing during the ritual.
You know what? In December, I'm gonna do an awards ceremony for all the games that I play. Each game is gonna win an award that I'm gonna assign to them. And then I'm gonna tell you why I assigned it.
Once you return, I shall use the pillar array to imbue the Shiranite Nexus with the focused power and complete the augmentation.
Look at those eyes. They designed the characters so good. Look at the arcane eyes.
The process will not be a smooth one.
You only need to last till the end of the ritual. It will be over in a few minutes, and I can handle the rest of the process.
Take a few hours if you want. Makes no difference.
A little energy and spirit is good. Just be ready.
And then the administrator is just there chilling. Did they say I have to survive? Does that mean we're getting attacked?
Ready?
I'm worried now. I don't like fighting.
Then wait for
yeah. Let's get over with this.
Do not blink.
Also, Teresa has a soft spot to protect kids from getting hurt. Oh, that's so cute. I'm liking Teresa. Where are the googly eyes? Do I have to move my character or is the character gonna move by itself?
To proceed.
Is that the power she brought out? Looks like a tiny ember to me.
Either you follow me or you fall into the abyss.
Before activating a bell power tower, you must first ignite the 3 altars linked to it.
Why they don't do things with only one switch in these games?
The trials in the
And I can assure you that there's gonna be a puzzle to solve or something. Okay, I haven't played OG, but my basic understanding is that the true purpose of Origin was to store data of people in something called the assimilated universe. Think of it like a cloud server. Google Drive for the people. Oh my gosh. And that assimilated universe is how we get governors in Endfield like Leviathan, Gilberta. Okay. Listen, I'm gonna make you an honest question here. Is it very bad if I... Oh, no. Seems I cannot use that to go. Damn. That was like my perfect idea. Go get the crate. But it's not gonna work. This is looking very simple and easy, and I don't like it. Because when things look simple and easy, it seems it's because the boss that's coming at the end or something is gonna be very tough. I'd rather solve puzzles and...
One more left.
Na 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 na. Okay, let us ignore that never happened. We didn't see that. Hey Therapy, how are you? It was I continue going forward.
Bring it on. You're fighting me.
I don't know why I knew it. The minute I saw that chest over there, it's like...
In position. I shall be the avatar of radiance.
Cozy up with gravity!
What do you mean? What is this guy is killing me?
Best thing I've done today.
Believe it, Endman. Victory will be ours next time as well.
Verify and report personal status, team.
Stop watching him cow. Come over here. We're not picking up flowers. That's very interesting. So
Faster than I thought. You still held out some of his skills. Now go and activate the bell power tower.
why would they store people's data in a cloud?
Every Balepire tower bears an important meaning. This one is called Peace for the Bastards.
I saw the fall. No, you didn't see anything.
Thus, this tower carries the wish of us humans. Time to activate the
I
next
wanna,
Balepire tower.
you know what? Yes. Nuna is getting that crate. For everything that's holy, give me the crate. Finally. And let us activate this waypoint. Like, I fail. I swear that I thought it was gonna continue forward like in a straight line.
Bring it on. You're fighting me.
Oh shoot.
I'll be right there.
We are united as one.
A well-deserved victory.
I pulled it off, right? A definitive outcome.
Now I'm gonna walk.
God, your reflexes.
Did you
are
see?
quick.
They are setting traps for
Some of the
me.
rails are out because of the miasma. Watch your step.
I thought it was... I thought it was something else.
Notice the increasing power? You can now see more ahead of you.
We should keep things rolling and go to the next altar.
Oh, there is one aura lane over there.
You can run this quite easily.
Roger.
There is an enemy that kills entire universes, so to survive they wanted to store themselves. Oh. Okay. That sounds like a good thing. I don't trust this thing anymore.
Whirlwind is a fragment of a shattered universe. This one traveled massive distances to be here, right before us.
We have a saying in my country that is like, that was Shepa.
Hey, are you excited that we ran into trouble?
Try looking around.
And I just... Shepa is like when you just did that out of coincidence, not because you know what you're doing.
Light shades! Here too?
Don't let them damage the altar. Attack!
Got it! Wait, we gotta light 2 more.
What do you mean 1 out of 3? Haven't I done like, I don't know, 2 of them? Oh my gosh, I hate that enemy.
We'll end this fight easily.
Why would it do that? Why?
Whirlwind is a fragment of a shattered universe.
Now I will probably die. I kinda knew it. Ah, dear Lord. Well, at least they didn't put me back down there. Somewhere.
We must figure out a way to get across.
I always rest. Okay, so basically if they made that for humanity to be a store, maybe it makes sense that they were looking for
Are we collecting this?
an opportunity
Understood.
to...
I'll keep an eye out.
What the hell is this? I should have read first, but I didn't. Well, anyways, I don't know what I did. Maybe I screw up the entire operation. Damn, how do I get there? So I'm thinking that maybe they went to Talos-II searching for
Careful! Light shades!
We did it as a best thing I've done today.
Together. Together, we made this victory happen.
What do you mean 2 out of 3? I don't understand this counter. This counter is driving me crazy. Didn't I do 3? Never mind. We will do it.
We'll end this fight easily.
Roger, engaging the enemy.
Let's deflate.
Truth be told, this wasn't a hard-won battle.
We fought with both courage and prudence. Excellent work, everyone.
Verify and report personal status, team.
I don't know why I did that, but there was something down there anyways, because I should have checked first. What is this, for heaven's sake?
We fear no powerful enemy. Get ready.
Oh shoot, it's one of these things.
Commence AL7, annihilation!
Outstanding performance.
Believe it, Endman. Victory will be ours next time as well.
We fought with both courage and prudence. Excellent work, everyone.
Now you activating smaller pillars in order to activate the main
The
3
altar's
pillars.
unscathed.
Oh, so that thing was not counting the amount of pillars I had to do. Okay. Damn, I missed one of those back there. Do you remember? Well, I'll find it eventually. I know I saw one of those. In what part of the story am I? Let me
This
read.
Balefire Tower represents peace.
Go to the
for
third.
lands. For Yinglong Pass that watches over the ruins of the zone. It also serves as a warning.
I guess
Aaron,
we're
that power
almost
is
at
even
the end.
brighter now.
Well,
Incredible.
it doesn't mean that it's gonna be like right away, but we're almost at the end.
This is the last Balefire Tower.
Bring it on. You're fighting me.
All there
In ambush. 2 arms.
Wasn't a hard
I
one
mean, he
battle.
got me trapped there.
Let's press forward.
I have to be half dead probably by now. The throat cancer Genie had inversion, if you remember. Yes, I do. That's why I was telling you that earlier. But I believe you to store you had to die from or be infected by oropathy. The throat cancer Genie had, remember, for you to be stored. Nah, you activated a smart. Okay. With minimal expiration. That's fine. I just want to see if I can maybe go through the main story. Oh, one of these things.
These master hermits must be the acquaintances mentioned by Lady Lee. Have you met them before?
I could have gotten
The
out
only thing
this
I've heard is
way,
that they're always roaming around.
but my sense of direction is horrible. I have no orientation whatsoever. Well, I'm sorry, I tried helping you, but
Wow. Do we have to jump on these rocks?
Understood. I'll keep an eye out.
Engaging. Stay safe, team. I'll be right there.
Wants to float.
na. Hopefully I will be able to finish that tonight. I don't know how long you are planning to stream to be today, but I'm not sure if you'll finish completely. You guys are not sure. But at least this chapter. I mean, I'm not saying everything, but at least this part, the one that says, you know. Let me see. Okay, hold on. Let's be main mission. Okay, we are in chapter what? Chapter 2, right? And in chapter 2, we got, this is like the part 1 of chapter 2. At least that part.
Can get really tiring. Let's keep it down and give the Endmen some quiet time to unwind.
Cause I'm slow, and I know it. Like, okay, if I jump down here, That was not very smart. So I must wait, probably. It's gonna come down. So at least part 1, maybe? I don't know. Where do I have to go? For heaven's sake. Everything has to... Oh, this way.
One altar left.
Yes, I
Let's get it
made
done.
it. To be fair, I only just finished the main story yesterday. That's... No, I'm not aiming for exploration because I know that it's probably gonna take forever. But at least I want to break the... How do I say it? If I stay like a... Damn. If I stay like a long time...
I'm overseeing your work. Cut the
Always pick the mushrooms. Always pick the mushroom. When I spend like a lot of time without playing a game, well, or like the main story, when I'm like in the burnout, I need to break like that stillness. At least doing something. Hold on, people, cause if this is not open, is... I don't know, I'm not sure. We're gonna be sure now. There. So I need to break that stillness with something.
Are we collecting this? Understood. I'll keep an eye out.
Don't jump anybody. Listen, we will get there eventually.
Engaging.
Oh my gosh. I just hope there's not an accident because in this, in the corner that I live, like in where I live, right? There is always an accident. There's no 1 week where we don't get an accident. It's been a while without accidents, so it's bound to happen.
Excellent work, everyone.
And today is Friday night and it has been raining, so... What are you looking at, Amber? Hope I didn't... No, of course not. How are you, Mel? How are you doing? I just got done watching the Phineas and Ferb. Oh my gosh, Mel, guess what happened? An entire area you got... Let's see how the map is going, by the way. Now that you say that, Rizzo. Wow. Oh my gosh, I have walked so much and I only have this little piece. Okay. Let's not dwell on that. Mel, you won't imagine what happened. In the news, in my country, they found now, like, the National Zoo is trying to look for it. One Phineas. What is the name of that thing? Well, we call it ornitorrinco in Spanish, so I'm quite sure the name in English has to be less complicated. It's called like platypus, platy, whatever. I don't know what's the name, honestly. And they found one, and they took like a video of it.
Last one.
But those animals do not exist in my country, so it means I don't like this. I knew it, and that's why I said that I didn't like this. Vertica, please. I don't like these enemies in this area.
As a typical outcome achieved through strong teamwork.
Did I kill everybody? Well, it seems I did. Pussy. So they found one. Platypus, platypus, platy whatever. I don't know.
Watch out.
Let us ignore that happened, okay? We saw nothing. And how do I get here? Okay, never mind. I'm gonna jump this way.
It's worth taking a close look at how Orlane is collected.
Oh, no, 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 no. No, 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 no. Okay, hold on. I need to find the name. It's called platypus. Platypus, I think. Well, this animal showed up in my country. I think so far is the only platypus known to live here, but we are guessing there's not only one, but a bunch of them. Because, I mean, what do you mean there's only one? There's not only one. I'm quite sure about that. There's got to be more than one.
Orlane is a fragment of a shattered universe. This one traveled massive distances to be here, right before us.
So animal protection, like from our local zoo and stuff, is looking for them. I mean, for that particular animal, to try to see, you know, where it's located.
Oh, there's a bit
I am rooting for the platypus to actually hide itself. And they don't find it, so he can continue living. I mean, if we're dealing with our local politics, so they're saying, oh, you know, it's not like an endemic species, it can do harm. No, baby. If our animals and the humans living in this country have survived, our politicians, I think we will be okay. The chickens and the whatever, they're gonna survive. I'm quite sure about that. So everybody was saying on the news like, oh, Phineas and Ferb are visiting the country. Blah blah blah, and it was so funny.
This Balefire Tower is a symbol of peace for Great Yan.
HAS is indeed the only.
How many
Bell
more
faction
of this?
that admits
Like
its
how many
creation
altars?
era. Its emblem also
That
marks
this
itself
looks
as
like
22nd administrative
the amount of church in my country. Like how many of these are?
Will they ever see it again?
Thermal power focusing complete. Bring it back.
Okay, but wait a minute. We came here, right? Okay, we can go this way. In my country, there are many Catholic church, mainly because remember, like the Spanish people came here a bunch of years ago, and
This Shiranite nexus can take the heat.
they colonized everything, and I guess they built like one church per person that came in that ship or whatever. And they are very beautiful, by the way. Usually, actually they represent very well like that era of the architecture.
The Blight Shades will
And
disrupt
they're
the
very
ritual.
pretty.
Take them out.
Why do we have to fight? Why? What do you mean? Oh, we need to stay out and actually... What? Oh my gosh, no, wait. And of course, oh, one of these things. Like, what do you mean? What do you mean there are two of them? Don't bother that woman. That woman is trying to save the planet. Where are they? So dead, for heaven's sake. What? Chongli's daughter.
Anyway,
please
the
stop
ritual
being
cannot be
help me.
interrupted.
Oh, I can see.
More enemies!
Gosh, this is so insane. How many more? Like, can you? You're taking your sweet time. Okay, no, she fixed everything. Oh my gosh, she didn't fix anything.
Sterilize this area!
guy still alive, for heaven's sake? Like, what do you mean? Why am I half dead? This is crazy.
It's done.
It was about time, woman. Thank you so much. Well, either the enemies kill us or the magic this woman did ends with everything. Oh my gosh, we're already getting Halloween stuff. I like her hairstyle. Oh, I like it very much.
Good job. I approve.
Good job. I approve. Thank you so much. I'm very happy that you approve Nuna losing her fingers.
Once again, the Shiranai Nexus focused yours and my powers. As a piece of high purity Shiranite, it should survive its intended function. But do not get too adventurous. Someone might get worried.
Yes, I pull for Arcane, but I haven't finished building her because there are like a bunch of things to build her that you need to get it. I think it's in this area.
Someone must stay here and keep the Blight Miasma away from Wuliu, so you can focus on your mission. Is there anyone more qualified than me?
Then we'll be counting on you.
In the next, well, not in the next game, but
that lives up to its name.
yes, in the next game I'm gonna choose the male character, the male main character.
Talk to Arcane and check her preparations for battle. I believe she made some progress. The North Wulian exclusion gate is open. This will be a good time to go.
Shouldn't we say goodbye? She's obviously waiting.
Are you just going to turn around and leave?
Woman, we lost our memory. What do you want me to tell you?
Good. Now go.
You can switch to male admin and then switch back and forth, one per day. What is this? The Sharon NX is now in the backpack. Press B. Don't teach me new things. Well, I don't know what I did, but let me see. How far am I
The results don't match the expected mark.
from finishing this chapter at least? Oh, talk to Arcane. Okay, we just have to talk to 2 people. And let's go. One of them is Arcane. Oh yeah, so I pull for her.
Just call me.
She's here.
Are you looking for my company?
Consider me.
But I'm still not done.
Point me at where you need me.
You see, I need to give her the gear, and I need to... Oh, I can
Hone
activate this
yourself to
already.
extreme perfection, and you can calmly prevail, no matter the situation.
Well, not more. So I still need to finish leveling her talents or abilities, and I need to finish leveling her weapon. Idrak has a migraine. No. You know that summer is migraine time, right? Because a lot of the migraines happen because people get dehydrated. As a as a migraine getter, I am an expert on the subject. So usually summer, I always get migraine as well, like a bunch of it. And then we need to talk to Sumit. It's up there. And then after that, we're done with chapter. I'm always healing.
Rest is complete.
No stream from Idrak on Friday. Sumit, what are you doing here? This is very dangerous. You know, I'm gonna be talking to you here because it's a game. Otherwise, I would be calling you to go
found
up.
some useful resources in the zone. Some natural minerals can actually exist as gases and exhibit rather unique properties and functions. Yinglong has a few tech for processing.
Do you
these
know what
minor
I
gases.
just
Our
remember?
task leaders
That I
hope
didn't
to
bring
sort and
electricity
transfer them
with
to
me.
you. For our North Wuling
Dear
Exclusion
Lord.
Zone campaign,
I'm gonna have to
the
call
tech
my
will come in
husband
useful.
and ask him to bring electricity. What do you mean? Okay, I'm guessing this. Research. And then which ones? I need to ask him. What does this one do? Gas tank, it makes sense. Hold on, let me ask him. Which ones are the best?
I'm en route to Yinglong Pass.
Okay, after a consultation with the factory expert in my house. Oh no, no skipping.
The Shiranite Nexus has
It's
been
automated.
We're waiting for you.
Excellent. Be patient. We'll be there shortly. Everyone, our main force is now in place.
Oh my gosh. Oh, look at my panda over there.
Yo, we meet again.
Endman!
I have Li Feng, but I don't know if I should build him. I don't know, I found his gameplay to be fun. But I barely have time to build the ones that I want.
Ha! The very large rift and the science station. Ah, I never knew I would ever come back.
Maybe this time, we'll really get to rebuild our home.
Every watchguard in Tianshi signed up. We had to limit the number of our volunteers.
Oh my gosh, everybody
We drew
signed
lots
up,
to
they are
choose
so
who'd
cute.
Stay behind and protect Wuling. Tianshi Shimo is still a little sad about his pull. So, we shall bring their blessings and hopes with us into the zone. We're finally heading back.
The Endfield crisis team and I shall lead the way.
My husband gets so pissed off every time the administrator does stuff like that. He says like, he doesn't even know where he's going because he's lost all the memories. He has like the male administrator.
Just how did you fall this far?
You see, just how did you fall this far? Ardashir. Oh my gosh. So listen. By the way, didn't we get the entire thing that now we don't have to repair the facilities or something
Long distance home.
if we activate them? Or was that a dream of mine?
Quiet time to unwind.
Yes, he loved the story. Let me tell you. He says, I didn't think he was, when I first saw the game, I said, you know, he's a computer and system, computer engineer. He's a computer and system engineer. So I said, I think he's gonna like the entire part of the game where you have to construct things like the factory. This place is creepy. Do I have to hang around with I don't know, with my stuff? Like with this? No? Well, whatever.
It's getting colder.
Just gonna hang around with it. Oh, I don't need it. So when he first played it, he said, oh my gosh, this game is so good. And he really likes the story. Imagine that he's saying, I mean, I would say his favorite game, he played Genshin. And he's still playing because he says that he has invested a lot of time and he wants to see how it ends eventually. But he's a little bit tired of the story. So then for him, it was like Wuthering Waves was like the best game that ever existed. But right now, he's hooked on Arknight's Endfield. When you use them, it will auto-repair. Okay.
These ruins were once Wuling's.
No. Even now, they remain part of Wuling. It is the weeping wound in every Wulinger's heart. The missing half torn from our side.
Today, we shall retake that missing half of Wuling.
This position is too close to the very large rift. Some blight masses have changed a lot with time.
Sleep tight, Becky, and thank you so much for the follows. I do not announce follower names here, so you don't feel like pressure to participate. It's okay if you just want to lurk, if you just want to hang around like low-key.
This is far more severe than what we
We're
saw
chilling here, and everybody chills in their own way.
This is why I'm here. Could you repeat the plan, Pietrodron?
First, we'll need a sentry base. The Tianshi will raise our first Tianshi pillar there. Lady Si has cleared up the nearby miasma. The Yinglongs have verified a suitable location.
Follow me.
Since that incident 10 years ago, this is Wuling's largest operation in the zone.
Everyone looks really serious.
So basically, we solved all that issue.
I know the pain that can bring.
And we went to sleep and
go
woke
see how
up
we
10
can
years
help.
later.
The Tianshi seem to be ready.
This is really impressive.
Oh my gosh, I just started the next mission and I forgot that I was gonna only do the first one. Oh my gosh. see. Is the other one very long? I'm guessing. Thus begins the homeward march. How many steps does it has? Like how many? 14. And it took me 2.5 hours, so I would have to do 2.5 more hours, more or less.
The first step to retaking our homes. Endman, the Tianshi Pillar array has been deployed successfully. The drones are operating well. They can monitor the zone from a safe distance. Arcane and her Yinglong Special Task Force are scouting out the miasma. Hope things go well for them. Once the information report is done, we can officially verify our course of action. You're right. Memories did bring me here. But not for the sake of sentimentality. Endman, do you remember that crying girl? This is a day that the girl looked forward to. Countless times she imagined it, just so she could wipe her tears and move onwards. But when the day finally comes, she must once again weigh the lives of the many on the scales.
You're doing good enough already. And I thought you promised that we'd do this side by side.
I suppose I did.
Tianzhuang, data compilation is complete. We've got miasma and clusters of blight shades along the road. And the worst thing is, we've picked up rift reactions.
Rift.
On countless occasions, the rifts blocked the Yinglongs, preventing them from getting deeper into the zone. However, things are now very different. Tell everyone that our operation starts here. Lethal blight miasma now blankets most of the North Wuling exclusion zone.
Whatever there is red,
beyond that
there is problem.
We need to cross it to achieve mission success. Arcane and the Yinglongs shall be our vanguard.
I really like the story of this game. I have to admit, their best
The Endfield crisis team shall
asset
assist
right
the
now
Yinglongs. The Administrator and
is
Sheer Knight Nexus
the
are
pace
keys
of
to
the
this
story.
operation.
Yes. Based on the new data, we must take Tanjian Hall, Sheer Knight Research Labs, and the Celestial Column. They're perfect positions for deploying our sentry base. There are miasma-emitting rifts along the way. You can use the Sheer Knight Nexus to suppress them, and the Yinglong's facilities can help as well. Once the miasma dissipates, my Tianshi and I shall escort the Tianshi Pillar to the front line and deploy a new sentry base. Our final step is to create a path to the very large rift. A bridge shall be built at the Sheer Knight Research Labs to overcome the final obstacle. I hereby name this Operation Homecoming. The path ahead may challenge us, but it is the path that leads us home. Together, we shall seal the very large rift so that every displaced Wulinger can rebuild their homes.
Home. Let's go! We've been preparing for this very day.
Yeah, we have the best support ever!
Endman. Once again, I shall look to your guidance.
What
as you
lead?
take
The
lead.
administrator doesn't remember anything,
ready?
woman.
You've offered Wuling so much help. Perhaps
What was the help? What
Wuling
was
is
the
not
help?
just a home for Wulingers, but for us.
I guess it's the power at the end, right?
Has our king called us yet? She's moving really slow today.
You sound worried about her.
Of course, if Arcane is dead, we're so
Not
dead.
being able to help makes me feel bad.
The Tinshu will focus on building the sentry base. Until Arcane returns, they might appreciate your help.
So they got us a, they got us a
Sounds
job
like
already.
A great idea. Alrighty, let's see what we can do.
I love Perlika. She's one of my favorite characters. I have to confess it.
Let's go and see who needs
Okay.
help.
I'm not gonna continue the story because obviously it's almost midnight for me, but I do want us to do something different that I am planning to implement whenever, since I usually end up so late my streams, right? It's like a conversation moment, so we can all. No, don't show me this right now. Yes. Yes. Send it to the value stage. Something that we should do before, I mean, either we continue doing whatever it is we're doing, or we raid, or we continue having fun. I want us to have like a moment to talk. I'm gonna pick up this stuff. What are those? Do I have them? There goes Nuna picking up the flora and fauna. My gosh. Okay, I guess I can stay here. What do you mean?
This feels familiar.
Here. Oh my gosh, again, what am I supposed to do with this? Well, this one is different. Is it the different one? Okay, you know that one is different. And this one's different. Does anybody knows if it's like, well, it seems what I did was what I had to do. So never mind. Nuna is getting smarter by the second. Okay, so we're gonna do a little talking, like before we leave, right? Before we do some other stuff, before we raid. Let's do some talking. We have like, where is my, there. Let's do just chatting. Yes. And can I change the hands of my VTuber? Because I'm not sure. I haven't done this properly before. Can I do it eating a snack? We're gonna eat a snack. And let's talk a little bit before we leave. Let's finish the day reflecting a little bit before we go to bed, before we continue watching more streams, or before we continue gaming. Let us like talk a little bit, right? And I like talking about myself because, well, I cannot talk about anybody else. The only life I know is actually mine. I have been thinking a lot lately because of some conversations with a friend about the difference between, because we actually talk about that this week, between being lonely and being alone, because those are for me, those are like two different things, right? I feel that sometimes solitude isn't an absence of connection. It is finally having like enough quiet to hear your own thoughts again. And I'm gonna tell you a story, right? The other night I don't know, I had like an insomnia moment, right? And I was sitting, it was like 2 a.m., right? 2:30 a.m., along those lines. Husband was sleeping, daughters were sleeping, dog was sleeping. By the way, my dog snores so loud, but still we can sleep with it. And I was sitting in my bed, but I didn't feel lonely. I don't know if I can explain it. It was like a quiet moment, and I said, you know, I already cannot sleep, right? So what the heck? Let's get whatever. Let's get the party started, right? And I sat there and I said, you know, I like analyzing my life, like from the things that I want to either get, or the things that I want to reach, or the things that I want to accomplish. And I like every now and then say, okay, Nuna, where are you? I remember having this teacher that taught me a lot about, you know, key performance indicator stuff from the corporate world. But he said, the things that you don't measure, you cannot have an idea if you're advancing or you're going backwards. Like, for you to know where you're going, you need to measure from where you come. So I do that every now and then with my own life. I sit down. It can be in a burst of insomnia, as I did it that day, but it can also be like just a random day that I choose, you know, like tomorrow I'm gonna wake up at 5 a.m. and do that because everybody else is gonna be sleeping. So I sat down and yes, thanks for having a nice stream to shoot. Oh, you were grinding in Booba. I was so pissed with Booba this morning. I'm over it though. And I like sitting down and say, okay, Nuna, how far away or how close, or do we even want to continue going this path? And there are things that I do for my family, other I do for friends, other I do out of fun. And there are things that I do for me because I want them, right? Because I need them. Maybe it doesn't matter. They don't matter for my husband, or they don't matter for my daughters, or they have nothing to do with whatever dream we have as a family, right? So I feel we need to find the space in this life we are living that tends to be sometimes so fast. Like, people, we are in August, and I swear that for me, 2026 started just yesterday. And it's August, and people are already talking about fall. And then my husband asked me this morning, like, when are we putting on the Christmas tree? that's because in my country, people start putting the Christmas tree as early as September. I don't do it, but I tend to wait a little bit longer. But it was like, oh my gosh, why are we talking about Christmas? It's like, in this world is going so fast, and I think it's having enough quiet time to hear your own thoughts again is something that we should be exercising. It's something that we should be looking forward to, because I was talking about the lack of connection the other day, the lack of connection between humans, how we sometimes, how I feel that people most of the time don't give a chance to connection. But then reflecting a little bit, I realized that, oh my gosh, what do you mean? We are lacking connection with ourselves. That's the whole problem. The whole problem, do you know why people cannot be kind? Because they are not kind to themselves. Do you know why they cannot forgive others? Because they cannot forgive themselves. Because you cannot give something you don't have inside and you give it to yourself. You cannot love a person if you don't love yourself. You cannot be kind if you're not kind to yourself. The way a person behaves with the outside is the way that that person behaves with their inner part. When you see someone that is very attentive, that take care of people, that's because that person has that inside and it's able to give that to themselves as well. We do sometimes get like a little bit lost, right, in the road, and we find ourselves like giving to other things, and then we forget we have to give it to ourselves as well. But it's not that we don't have it for ourselves. It's just that we forget to give it to ourselves. And although I think not every chapter of our lives is supposed to give us an answer, I do believe some chapters are simply asking us to keep walking or keep noticing and trust that understanding will come when we are ready for it. And for me, why do I find comfort in playing video games? Why do I unwind at the end of a very stressful day? Why do I unwind playing video games? For me, there is something strangely comforting about wandering through a fictional world. Sometimes when my own work may be feeling overwhelming, sometimes sometimes I don't escape reality because I hate it. I step away from it like for a little while so I can return to it with softer eyes. And a lot of people tell me like, okay, what is it that you love the most about gaming? And it's that, it's not necessarily collecting the characters. It's not doing a bunch of damage. And maybe that's why I love the lore so much. And I feel is when I go, and it happens the same when I'm reading. When I'm reading, I kind of feel, I left this little world of mine for a little while. And sometimes, for example, I may have something to do and I would say things like, oh, you know what? I'm not going to play video games today and I won't stream. And you know what? My husband says, no, go ahead, stream and play your video games, because every time you come out of that, it's like they gave you a new battery. He says, sometimes even you're down and you go and you play your video games or you stream your video games, and when you come out, you have a different outlook on the entire situation. The older you get, Wusi says, the older you get, the more time seems to go fast because you have lived more, and as kid, time feels slow because they don't know much life. That's true. Also, I feel that kids, and I see that in my own kids, have this ability of observing the world, watching the world, like they don't skip the dialogues. You know, they watch the entire lore of the game. They don't skip dialogues. They don't go skipping conversations. They don't judge, you know, especially the younger they are. They don't, I see like in my daughters, or you know what, with my dog as well. Animals do that, pets. Like I had a cat once, and I remember my cat Harry would sit in front of a window and spend 1 hour, 1 hour and a half maybe, watching outside. And he would, you know, watch every single butterfly, every single bird, whatever movement, the leaves rustling. And my dog does that when he goes out. When I take him out for a walk, he will smell the air sometimes and like lick the air with his little tongue. I'm gonna try to catch him on a video one day. But the thing is, kids do the same. When I take my daughters out to the park, my oldest has this fascination with trees, and she will look at the trees and say, oh my gosh, look at that tree, mom, look at the shape of the trunk. And then my youngest will notice things that sometimes I don't notice. She would say like, Mom, can you hear that? And I go like, hear what? And she goes like, oh, somebody is, I don't know, whistling. And then I have to really refine my ears and catch that little moment that she so easily hears. And I think it's because us and adults feel that because we lived all these years, whatever amount of years you have if you're an adult, it's like, okay, you know what, I lived this chunk of time, and mentally we believe that we cannot know everything, that we don't need to experience a butterfly again because we already have seen a butterfly 1,000 times. But I think one of the biggest things being surrounded with children, I mean, not only mine, but I was a teacher for a while with small kids, because teenagers are something else. They are already like a little bit lost in that sense. But small kids, they will bring you a rock and they will imagine a whole world about that rock. And they will tell you magic stories about the rock. And you, as an adult, you keep watching the rock and you say, okay, this is just a not regular rock. But then, if you really try to overcome your adultness and start living the world from a more slower perspective, which happened to me, by the way, in 2018, you realize how much you are missing. In 2018, I made a very difficult decision because I was in the corporate world, having, you know, one of those dream jobs with all the figures, all the everything. But I had no life other than that. It paid very well, let me tell you. And I wanted to, one day, it was like, ta-da, a ta-da moment. I remember I was traveling with a group of people. We were in Panama. We were having like a training. And that night, I went back to the room. It was around 9 p.m., more or less. And I ordered my dinner, like room service, right? And I sat down. It was a beautiful hotel. I had like a room in a very high floor, so I could see the entire city of Panama. It was such a beautiful view. And I was waiting for the dinner. I have returned. And with Pika, yes, I was in Panama. And I remember I was sitting there waiting for the food to be delivered to my room. I was alone because it was a work trip, and I was sitting there and I was looking at the city. And like I could see the streets. It was like a Friday or something, and I was traveling back to my country the next day. And my bags were kind of done. I was waiting for dinner so I could go to sleep because I had like an early flight. And I was sitting in Panama, and I was watching the streets, and it was like a Friday, and the streets were busy, you know, all the people out, and you could see the bustling city out there. And I was like in my room, and then they brought in the food, and I was watching the food and watching the world. And I said to myself that day, Friday is the best day for long cut potatoes in hot oil. That's true. Absolutely true. And they said, and I said to myself, in this moment, that moment that I was living, right? Am I happy? And it was a very big question, because I was not talking about being in that hotel or the trip or the work. I love what I do, working with numbers, statistics, you know. Sometimes I go to bed at 3 a.m. analyzing numbers. I like that. I enjoy it, and that's what I used to do for a living in the corporate world, and what I do for a living in the mornings when I'm co-working. But I said, you know, is this where I want to be right now? If this job was not part of my life, would I still be alone in Panama in a hotel room having this dinner, watching the Panama City? And I don't know, it was a very overwhelming question, and I'm not ashamed to say that I cried, because the answer was, you know what? Yes, I am earning a lot of money, but I am not happy. That was draining me. In fact, before that, I had like a couple of total burnouts. And when I came back home, I told my husband, do you remember I told you that I was gonna retire early? That I was not gonna wait for my 60s or 70s when I had no strength to do anything. That I wanted to wake up early in the morning if I felt like it, but I wanted to wake up at 8 a.m. and have my coffee. And he said yes. And I told him, and do you remember I told you that I wanted to do that when we pay the house? And he said yes. And I said, okay, we're paying the house in 2020, which was the pandemic year. And I said, you know, I have enough savings. This is the moment. And one of the things that I will always be grateful for him is that he said, you know what? Do you want to do it now? And I say yes. And he went, go ahead, live your dream. Let me handle the rest. I will always be thankful. I always say he's the one that always trusts me. Like whatever, if I decide tomorrow that I'm gonna go back to cosplaying, he's gonna use his 3D printers, and he's gonna do like 3D printing for me, and he's gonna do everything. He's always like hyping me up, and it was no different. The first 6 months, I was a little bit frustrated because I was trying to get clients and I couldn't get them. And it was so crazy because every night I would tell him, you know, another day and no client. And he said, listen, at what time did you drink the coffee this morning? And I said, you know, like, I don't know, 8:30. And he said, are you happy? And I said, yes, I am. And he said, well, then take your time. The clients will show up. And they did. They show up. The clients eventually showed up. But sometimes being lost does not necessarily mean that we are going the wrong way. Sometimes it just means that we have entered like a part of the journey where the map hasn't been drawn yet. And I think I was like a little bit lost at that in 2018. I was like, you know, I am having money, but I cannot do anything with money. Of course, I was smart. I always tell people, please, if you are thinking about, setting your own business, be smart. I have no debt at the time. Our house was, I could say, totally paid because we had in the bank the necessary amount to kind of pay the house those 2 years completely. But of course, that was not smart because at that time we were already paying the capital of the loan, so it doesn't make any sense. I had already paid all the interest, so I'd rather give the bank the money little by little. And I was in a place in my life where I could do that. So if you're planning ever to do that, be smart enough to understand, I work very hard, like I save money to have at least 2 years of salary in case my business didn't pick up or anything. So it was like a decision that we really thought through. But I reached that place. Not everybody reached it. Some people just unwin. Honestly, I suffer from a lot of anxiety. The type of job that I do, which is kind of make forecasts of what is about to happen, it's very stressful because you're dealing with management and people that sometimes you tell them, listen, if you take a left turn, you're going to hell. But they don't listen to you. I always say, do you know what's the difference between what I do right now and what I used to do when I was in the corporate world? That in the corporate world, I was an employee. And the managers would say, no, I'm a manager. I'm above you, or I'm manager position 1 and you're position 2, so I know better. And they will go to hell, they will die on that hill. But now, since I am a consultant and people pay me to come and tell them, like, if you turn left, you're gonna go to hell, people listen to me a little bit more. I wouldn't say totally, but a little bit more. Yes, they are like VVVIP. I don't know, those titles. They mean nothing, by the way. It's so funny. But, well, it's all part of the game. So, at that time, when I made that decision, it was not like a crazy decision, like, oh my gosh, I'm leaving. And I always say there's a moment in your life when you need the time. I'm gonna be honest, like the first 3 months when I left the corporate world, I decided to sit down with myself and see the word again. My oldest was tiny at that time. And I remember that one afternoon, she woke up from a nap. I had like 2 days at home. And the sun actually hits the windows of my daughter's bedroom during the afternoon, and because the sunset is on that side. And I remember that I looked at her and the sun was entering through the windows, and I could see that her hair was like honey color, like this very beautiful honey color when the sun was hitting the hair. And that day I cried because it was the first time that I noticed that on my daughter. And I remember questioning myself back then, like, how many more things have I missed? And sometimes, now it's funny because now it's part of my daily routine. And sometimes I tell my husband things like, you know what, it's gonna rain this afternoon. And he tells me, how do you know? And I tell him, in the afternoons, there are like these birds, there is like this place with avocado plants right next to my building. And those plants are very tall. I live in a 4th floor, so imagine how tall they are. And if I look out the window in my kitchen, I can see all that area, right? And the plants. And I already know the behavior of the little birds. I'm like a stalker of the birds. And I know like how they behave when it's about to rain, or how they behave when it's like a very sunny day. And he makes a joke, like, you're stalking the birds. But the truth is that that happens in us adults because we live so fast. What do you mean you're gonna watch birds when you're getting home at 7 p.m.? The birds are already sleeping at that time, by the way. So we are living so fast nowadays that we barely have the necessary amount of time. There are people with 2 jobs out there. I mean, in my country, that's not possible because the law doesn't permit that you have 2 jobs unless they are both part-times and both companies agree that you can work in both places. Rothy has 3 jobs. Oh my gosh, that's crazy. You can barely breathe. But imagine like Rothy is not gonna get to his house and say, okay, let me see what are the birds doing. Rothy is tired, and I was tired. And we spend like the days performing. Like sometimes in the morning maybe you're tired, but you have to go to your workplace and you have to do the good employee performance. And then you get out and you have to go to the school meeting or to whatever, and then you have to perform being either the father, the mother, the dog owner, the I don't know. Then you get home and something is broken and you have to be a plumber or I don't know. So I think sometimes we underestimate how important it is to have places where we don't have to perform. Places where nobody needs anything from us. Where like, that's why when some people like follow me, you won't see the name on the screen because I don't want you performing, let's say, oh, hi, you know, just because I say Mr. X just decided to follow the channel. And that space for me is my gaming. In the game, only I do what I want to do. There is nobody needs anything from me. I can simply exist for a little while and remember that existing is enough. And I love that. It doesn't say seating and we don't pick, so I assume first come, first serve. But since we get in early and get sound check thingy, we get first. Yeah, that makes sense. Used to have birds outside my window because our neighbor would put out a feeder, but not now that we moved. We also moved out a few months before we moved, but that was at the end of fall. What they don't tell you about owning a house is all the problems that may happen. Well, you know what? I think I experienced both things. We lived rented for a while and then we decided to buy our own apartment. I think it was the same. The only difference is that if something happened in the apartment that we had rented, I would call the owner, and most of the time the owner will tell me, fix it yourself, send me the receipts, and I will deduct it from your next rent money or whatever. For me, having a house was important because from my whole family, me and my sister were the first 2 people that were actually able to buy a house. I needed to have a place where I knew I could come to. And I don't know, if I wanted a wall to be blue, that I could make it blue and nothing is gonna happen. Which, by the way, I did. I have a blue wall in my living room. And thinking about Endfield, Talos-II feels kind of lonely now. Like, somehow that loneliness makes the small things feel bigger. I feel that, like, trying to put myself in the shoes of those people that enter that area that is totally destroyed, it's like, I feel when the world becomes quiet, we start noticing what was quietly important all along. Well, yes and no. It's just that you're now liable for everything that goes wrong unless it's catastrophic, then get insurance involved. Otherwise, take the mortgage and increase it by $200 a month to have savings for anything that goes wrong. Yes, like something we did when we finished paying the house is that we said, okay, we're gonna, what we used to pay the mortgage, right? We said, okay, we're gonna be saving certain amount, assume like, 50% of what we used to pay for mortgage, and we put it like there for house stuff. Like, that's something we are doing. But I feel every now and then we need a moment to breathe. For some people it's video gaming, for others it's streaming. Like if you're paying, let's say, mortgage, my mortgage was, it probably sounds like nothing in US dollars, but I'm gonna share it. Well, we had to give an advance payment. Well, back in the day it was a lot of money, but I don't remember at that time how much was the change, but we had to give like a down payment, let's say of, I don't know, $50,000. And then the rest we were paying every month the equivalent of like around $1,200. And that is a lot of money, because of course our salaries are very low if we change them to US dollars. So you have an idea that $1,200 is sometimes what a person usually earns in an entire month. If you don't have like a top management job or something. So what we say, okay, if we're paying, I don't know, we're gonna save $600 every month for house stuff, And because we live in a building, we have to pay anyway monthly. You guys call it HOA, although here it works very differently. I mean, I have seen some horror stories from the HOA, but here in my country, you don't leave the house, the keys of your house, you don't give it to anybody. So here is more like the owners of all the apartments in the building I live in, we choose like a president and someone that's gonna take care of finances every year. And then every apartment pays like a small sum of money every month that goes to cover security, the water bill, because the water bill here in buildings come like one bill for the entire building. Then we have the electricity of the areas that are common, like staircase and stuff. Those come like for the entire building. So you usually have people doing that, like being like you're covering the place of a super, right? And then they kind of do stuff like painting the building every certain amount of time, making sure the building, like the roof is properly insulated, stuff like that. The average American doesn't even have 1,000 saved in case of emergency. Well, let me tell you, in my country, the average Dominican owns 3 times whatever they earn in a month. In our case, let's say we were lucky because we both had very good paying jobs, but even like that, we couldn't have made it without my in-laws. You know, my father-in-law gave us like a little push when we got married, and he also helped us like gather the down payment of the apartment. And so it's like he gave us that push. He didn't give us like all the down payment, but he helped us out. And that was, you know, we were lucky in that sense. It was a good push. We also kind of were very smart money-wise. When we were gonna get married, I look at my now husband and I told him, hey, listen, here you live with your parents until you either die or you get married. I mean, no Dominican family will throw you out of your house when you're 18. That is like you're considered a bad parent in this country if you do that. So we lived like in our parents' house all the way until we got married, and we were able to gather a very good amount of money, and we were gonna do like a very nice wedding. But then Nuna is very, sometimes I wish I could be like a little less more carefree with money. No, in my country, are you crazy? If you tell your parents here, like, I want to move out, they even guilt trip you. Like, what did I do to you? You're my, like, I have loved you with all my life. How dare you? Let me tell you, I got married and we moved out, and every weekend I would visit my parents and they will save food for me, like give me food, or I bought you these towels. Or if my dad would come to visit my house, he will tell my husband, come on, I'm gonna fix this for you. It is like, I don't know, it's like, that is like how the way it works. Here is very, the only people that live away from their families are either people that have to travel, like maybe if they live outside the capital city, like in a small province where there's no college and they are studying like maybe here, then they will move with roommates. Let me tell you, just like that. Just like that. Like, are you eating? You're so skinny. You guys are not eating properly. And when my oldest daughter was born, yeah, it's like a Hispanic thing, and also Arabs do the same thing. Like when my oldest was born, my mother-in-law, I mean, this is what I think. My kids, my responsibility. My mother-in-law already had 3 kids. She raised them, right? So listen, sometimes you want to give money to your parents and they don't take it here. They will tell you, am I asking you for money? Do you want, like, you're offending me. Why are you giving me this money? Have I ever told you that you have to pay anything? You're my daughter. You're my responsibility. It was crazy. So whenever I hear this, like, am I the asshole for this or that? And I hear like, my parents are charging me rent. It was crazy. Like, my parents were both very old, and at some point I was the one, before they died, I was the one supporting their household, you know? And if I wanted to give money to them, they would feel insulted. They will tell me, no, don't give us money. Like, if you want, you buy the grocery. Or so I would have to buy the groceries or something and take it to them. They didn't want to see like the money thing. I actually had a friend who once she started working, her parents charged her rent, but they just secretly put all the money she gave them in a saving account. Oh my gosh. So when she decided her own to move out, they were like, surprised. That was so good. No, my daughter lives in the United... Not my daughter, no, my sister lives in the United States. She has been living there a bunch of years. She has a daughter. And it's like, when we talk, she tells me, can you believe I hear all these mothers saying like, I can't wait for my kids to be 18 and I can, and my sister says, you know, I have told my husband, no way my kid is leaving this house at 18. Here, like 18, it means nothing. It's like, they don't care. So, one thing that I do feel there's a difference, because unless you're in a very toxic family, which can happen, because it happens everywhere, here the family tells you, most of the time, they will tell you things like, no, save that money for when you decide to buy your own car or your own house. Even if they don't have a house, they want you to get one. Idrak cough. I remember my mother would give me money. I was working, and if she got any money, like, I don't know, maybe her sister who lived in the States like all her lives would send her money, and she would take from the money she get, and she will tell me, hey Nuna, here's some money, so you can, you know, put it on your savings, so when you guys get married, you have your own stuff. My mother-in-law, for example, she lives over there, and whenever she comes here, she will always bring us like money, house stuff. Sometimes I tell her, please don't bring me any more stuff, because we live in an apartment. Sometimes we don't have where to fit it. But for example, she knows I like baking. She will get me like baking cookie cutters, stuff like that. And it's like the norm is that it doesn't matter how old you are. Here, the parents are always like taking care of you. Back in the pre-60s time, it was normal to not leave home until married, or if your job had you move away. Now it's pretty much expected you move out even if your job is in the same town as your parents. Well, no, here, if you dare to... Well, let me tell you. One day, I told my mother, because when I was in college, I was a little bit worried because I used to come from college very late. I work like 9 to 5, then go to college, and then classes were over around 10 p.m. And because I live in the capital city and the university was just there, I mean, one bus away, I didn't have like to rent an apartment or anything. But then sometimes I would get home really late, like near midnight, and I would find my mother sleeping in a couch waiting for me. And one day, you know, I don't know, I saw her so tired, and I said something along the lines like, you know, I should maybe move alone so I don't bother you. And I made my mother cry. I felt so bad. And then she spent like 3 or 4 days being very sad, because she was asking me like, what did I do to you? And I was like, no, I mean, don't take it by offense. It was just like a suggestion, because I mean, I get worried that you are waiting for me and I feel bad. And she was like, no, don't ever suggest that. But we don't see it. Like, if a friend of you tells you that their here in my country, if a friend of you tells you, my parents kicked me out, that they're gonna be socially judged by everybody. It's like everybody's gonna tell them, what? I mean, unless, of course, if you're doing something like, I don't know, if you're a criminal, maybe that is the only way they will kick you out. I haven't been kicked out because of how I'm professionally diagnosed with ADHD and slide on the autism spectrum. So my mom is trying to help me be set up before I ever move out. No, like, there's no way. Like, and I think in a way also because there are two sides of every story, right? They don't kick you out here, but I feel also at some point you are always like a child in your parents' eyes, at least here. I feel that, for example, every morning when my mother and my father were alive, they would call me every morning to work and say, are you okay? Did you pack your lunch? And even the last image I have from my dad was, before he died, was me. He called me asking me if I had lunch. I mean, every Sunday I would visit them and they will save me food. And they knew I love this soup that is done in my country called sancocho, which is fantastic. And they froze like a big pot of sancocho for me. But then when I left that Sunday, I forgot to take it with me. And my dad and my mom called me the next day to ask me, like, did you bring your food with you? Because, you know, they knew that I said I was gonna take that sancocho to take it to work the next day. And I said, no, but don't worry, you know, I will just order some food. I mean, takeout, for heaven's sake. And can you believe that my dad was already sick, diagnosed with cancer, and he was not doing okay. However, that day, he jumped. I still remember it. That was a Wednesday, people. He jumped in a taxi, like he grabbed an Uber. My mother heated up the sancocho and he took the sancocho to my office. And I remember me going out to the parking lot, picking up the sancocho from his hand, and I stay there, you know, I say, hey dad, and I kiss him and I ask for his blessing, because here you say bendición. If you don't say that, you are just like, I don't know, that is like a capital sin. And then I saw him walking towards the Uber to jump in again and then go over to my house. I used to work 50 minutes almost away from where they lived, and he did that for me. And I remember when he was walking, I saw him and I thought, oh my gosh, he looks tired. You know, I saw he was not walking totally straight or something. And that was a Wednesday, and then he died the next Monday. And that is like how most parents will parent here. Some are a little bit toxic and they will kind of try to make decisions for you because they feel you're still a baby, but others will kind of baby you all the way until you're older. Back at the end of 2019, I moved out because my job was a little far away from home. Well, then COVID pretty much made it impossible to not live on my own because I needed internet. Because my parents' internet sucks and there's no sound dampening. Well, I would have been able to afford a house by now with the money saved if I had been able to stay at home. You know what? I think that was... and I don't judge like parents over there, because think about it, it's a cultural thing. But there is dude, no way. I mean, even people that migrate from my country, if they're living like in the US or in any country where the culture is you're leaving this house, is like a Hispanic parent will tell you, no way, you're not leaving my house or whatever. So it is sad, but I don't think they do it because they don't love their children. It's because it's a cultural thing. Here, it's a cultural thing that your parents will not let you go. That was what helped us. I mean, we both lived with our parents until we got married. You still have like a house anyways. Also, you know what? There is also something big that we are not taught. I wish somebody would have told me that when I was like in my teen era. And I plan telling my daughters, you know, it's like, be financially smart. Or something along those lines. Like, save the money for a house, for an investment. I don't know, my daughters, let me tell you, I have a cousin, she's way older than me, but because I was born very late into the family. Would you listen to anyone in your teen era? Well, I was a very good listener. Maybe that's why I'm saying that. But I think we are not given enough financial education when we are growing up. Instead of giving us algebra, they should have given us financial advice. Like, why didn't they tell us, right? So, I don't know, is, again, here it's like, okay, you live here and your parents, if you get divorced here in my country, are expecting you to go back home and live at home. Most of the people that get divorced, they will go back home, men and women. My mother-in-law, for example, I was telling you, when my oldest was born, for her, it was unthinkable. Because I have my kids, so I believe my kids are my responsibility, right? So I was not expecting my mother-in-law to do anything. And then she told me, when you go back to work, who's gonna stay with the kid? And I said, you know, yeah, I'm gonna send her to a nursery, which is, we call it a nursery here. I don't know how you call it in the States, but it's like one of those places where you leave the babies. They take the babies from as early as 4 months old or 6 months old. And my mother-in-law looked at me like I was an alien. A nursery, right? And she looked at me and said, you are not going to take my daughter-in-law to a nursery. Are you crazy? And that woman put her entire life on hold to take care of my daughter. Then she had to travel. I remember when my daughter was like, like a year, I think. And I had to put, her on a nursery then. And she was like so pissed because she had to travel. And I was like, but don't worry, kids go to nursery all the time. And she was like, no, I mean, that's unthinkable here. But I didn't want, precisely because I believe, I mean, my mother-in-law is not that old, so she has a very active life, and I didn't want to put her like on the spot, but for her it was unthinkable. But those are cultural things. I have seen people. I have a lot of friends. I have a friend that lives in France, and she has to pay her mother to take care of the kid. Now, well, if I go over to my mother-in-law and I tell her, hey, listen, tell me how much you're gonna charge me for taking care of my daughter, that woman is gonna get that chancla. Oh my gosh, I'm so dead. If I ask her that, she would say, are you crazy? What do you mean, church? That's my granddaughter. But it's a cultural things, and it's every country has their own culture, and I don't think that has to do with love. It's not that Hispanic parents will love more their children. It's just like a cultural thing. It also has like this other side of the coin in which they never see you as a grown-up. And sometimes, for example, if I was going out late at night with my husband, I don't know, maybe we were gonna do clubbing or something, I wouldn't tell my mother, because I knew she was gonna stay awake until I got back home, and she could be sure that we were both safe and sound in our house. So in a way, it's like they never see you as a complete adult as well. So it has two shades, And there were other things, like if something broke in my house, I wouldn't tell my dad, because I know he was gonna jump, or my husband doesn't tell his dad, because they would know, that they will try to solve the things for us. And that is, it can get like, I don't know, weird at sometimes. It's like, Mom, I already grew up. What do you mean? But life, it is what it is. I think the chatting was to try to say we need to find that moment in our lives where we kind of put on the brake and we start living a little bit more slowly. Because I feel in a way, when you slow down a little bit, as much as your own life can let you, sometimes, if you have 3 jobs, it's very difficult to slow down, but maybe on the weekends, maybe the moments where you can actually slow down, we must do that. One day, just like dissociate, looking out a window, sipping some coffee, and kind of say, let me see what's going on. Where are the clouds going? Do they have any form? Is there a flower somewhere? I don't know. I think we need to go back to get in touch with ourselves, our surroundings, before we make a leap, or we make the intention to get in touch with other people. I guess we need to find that quiet time. For me, it's gaming. You know what? Most of the time I end up my gaming, my stream, I go and take a bath. And sometimes I even think about the characters and the story. And it's gonna sound weird, but what did that story teach me? like Sandrani, for example. I remember the night that I made the Ark Conquest of Genshin, where Sandrani sacrifices herself. I was thinking, you know what? That sacrifice came from the less expected character, maybe, right? The one that we were not thinking was gonna do that sacrifice, because based on what we know, we could easily see the Traveler sacrificing themselves, or maybe Columbina, but not Sandrani. And I think this is so funny. This is like real life. Sometimes in real life, you go through a very hard time, and the person that jumps to help you the fastest and the person that actually does the most for you is a total unexpected stranger. And sometimes I play my video games because we were having like an ad, but sometimes I play my video games. When I'm done, I wrap everything up and I take a bath, and while I'm taking the bath, I'm thinking about the story that I played, and I feel, oh my gosh, you know, and when I go to bed, I go totally, it's like I'm another person, because I already gave up. Whatever was wearing me has taken a second place or a third place. And even if I go back to think about whatever was making me wear it, I had those hours of total relax. And I think I love that. Anyways, enough chatting. It was good to know, but if you have a Latino friend, they will always be surprised that you are not living with your parents. But that is a cultural thing. Again, it doesn't have to do with if your parents love you or don't love you. I think it's how, in your country, for example, parents feel that they will teach you responsibility and independence. In my country, they never teach you that. They don't want you to grow up. That is the truth. It has a sweet side if you're living like in a healthy family environment, but it can get very toxic, because I have seen grown people that get married and they don't know how to cook, they don't know how to live alone, they make horrible financial situations because they were never responsible of a place or something. So every story has two sides. Okay, people, let's get ready to raid. Where are we raiding? Again, there is no raid on YouTube, so thank you so much, guys. The stream is about to end. For those of us on Twitch, we are gonna be raiding, and there is a channel point for that. That's called Drive the Raid Train. If you have enough channel points, you can exchange that, and we will follow you wherever the raid train is going. Remember that for everybody, relaxing, unwinding is a very different thing. For me, it's video games. For other people, for me, it's reading as well, I would say. But for other people, it's exercising. I hate exercise. I do it, but I take it as a medicine. Like I take Tylenol, or acetaminophen or whatever. Well, that's how I consider exercise, a medicine. But for some other people, it's knitting or crocheting, or for others, for my husband, for example, it's watching anime. He's a gamer, but he unwinds with the anime. Or watching YouTube videos about making stuff, and then the next day he will tell me that he's gonna build something using a tin and something because he saw this YouTube video. kind of crazy. But for him is that, and I have a friend who paints. I know for Lex Wando, for example, he's a streamer here on Twitch. It's drawing. Everybody has like a different thing. One of my besties can't remember one side, but the other side of her family is from Guatemala, and where I live, we have a huge Latina population. Well, if you ever hang around with Latinos, it's like for them, unless they were born in the States and they have changed their set of mind, which usually don't happen until like the third generation, because if, for example, let's imagine this. My sister lives in the States, right? If she would have told my mother that she was gonna send her daughter out to live by herself when she's 18, my mother would have greeted her. So it takes Latinos living outside of their Latino countries, I don't know, I guess 2 or 3 generations for them to change their habits. But most of the time it doesn't happen. Again, it has 2 sides, because for example, since I was living with my parents, although I was an adult, I couldn't take my keys and go out the door without telling my family where I was going. Now, in fact, I'm gonna go even further. I would have to tell them in advance. Hey, listen, Mom, Saturday night, I'm going out to the movies with this friend. Or Friday night, you know, my husband, Mr. No Name, is picking me up because we're gonna watch a movie. So it's like, it has like 2 sides, the story. It's not only, you know, it's very nice because if I'm honest with you, I miss that knowing that if I get sick or if something happens, I had a couple of people out there that were gonna be looking out for me ever. I miss that, you know. I miss going on Sundays and getting my big pot of sancocho and knowing that if I told my dad, you know, my hair is falling because my vitamin D is low, he was gonna go to the drugstore and get me vitamin D, even if I was an adult. So that, I miss that. But at the same time, there is a part of you that cannot completely grow. You know, like one example is holidays. Christmas, you get married here, and unless you host Christmas for everybody, it's unthinkable that you are not gonna go on Christmas Eve to the house of your parents. So imagine a couple that was just married, like in my case, right? I had to host for everybody. And if we decided we're gonna have dinner on this house, we would have to go to 2 houses that night. So it's kind of crazy in a good way. But it does feel a little bit overwhelming at some point, especially when you're trying to find your place in the world. You know, that's not easy. I had a boss and he was from Guatemala. And you know what's funny? That people here also behave like that when you're younger than them. Like that boss I had from Guatemala, he would say things like I don't know, oh, is your hair hurting? Oh, don't worry, I'll get you, I don't know, a medicine for your migraine or something. It's like adults, if they understand they are older than you, like, you know, especially when they are like above the 60s and they see everybody under 40, they consider them baby. baby you. Like they will say things like, I don't know, you shouldn't. Well, something easy. If I go to a restaurant and I sit down next to an old couple, they could easily look at us and maybe give us parenting advice, or even tell us, you shouldn't order this from the menu because it's not very good, or stuff like that. It's like at some point you are never old enough, and that can also be a problem. It's kind of crazy how different cultures can be. I think something right in the middle would be fantastic. Like a happy medium between the Latino parents and the US parents. Like they allowing you to live there without charging you rent, but if you want to leave, that they allow you to leave as well. I don't know, something along those lines. Okay, where are we gonna go? Where are we gonna raid? Let me see who I can find. My dog is gonna make my husband go crazy. He's because I'm out here, the dog wants to come out, right? But then the dog comes out, stays with me for a little while until he starts burning and remembers that there's air conditioner in the room. So he would go to the room and knock on the door, and my husband would have to open the door, and then he would do the same to come back again, and has been doing that for quite a while. And he's so patient, and he keeps like opening the door for the dog and closing the door for the dog. It's kind of crazy. Where are we gonna go? I don't know, but I will find somewhere. Okay, we can do Genshin. And if anybody has any suggestions, by the way, if you just follow in this stream, you don't have enough channel points to use the Drive the Raid train, so you are allowed to suggest one streamer, but that is only if you follow today. Okay, so there are options. The options are either Genshin, and we can do you like Genshin? Okay, we can go over to Genshin. Because Idrak has a headache. We could raid Idrak, but like in real life, do you imagine that? All of us showing up at the same time? By the way, did you guys know I need to tell Laika. I dreamt with Laika the other night. Listen what I dreamt. I dreamt like Laika was visiting me, but somebody, I think it was my mother in the dream, but I don't remember very well. Someone was gonna cook lunch for us, and Laika took like her lunch break to visit me, but then food was ready, but it was kind of late, and I had to pack the food for her, so she was gonna be eating it while going to work. That was like a crazy dream, right? But I saw Laika so clearly, and I was, apologizing because the food was not early enough, it was not ready early enough, and she was like, oh, don't worry, Nina, just go back to work or something. message has been pinned on top. I'm gonna give you like 2 minutes to copy that. So I'm gonna tell Laika, but I'm gonna tell her, hey, listen to me. I just hope I'm not sounding weird. You know, in my country, the truth is, if you tell someone like I dreamt with you, they're gonna tell you, oh, you should play the lotto with these numbers because those are the numbers of the day I was born, the year I was born, the number of the month I was born, the number of my national ID. Play those numbers and see if you win the lotto. And I'm not kidding. Okay, that's what they would say. We're gonna be rating a piece of toast. Thank you so much for hanging around, for watching me struggle in Enfield. I am happy that I killed that enemy that got me at the very beginning. And then for the cozy talk, I'm trying to see if at the end of every gaming stream we can have like a little talk. If you need to vent something about something, you can vent. So we can go all to bed like a little bit relaxed with less stuff in our chest at least. Problems are not solved by talking about them, but believe me, a big piece of the load is kind of uplifted from your shoulders. So let's go. There is my administrator. I don't know how come they didn't disconnect me, but thank you. Have a great weekend. See you all tomorrow. Bye bye. I don't think I can find my ending soon stream. Bye. Take great care.